Might need one of these microphone thingies. Okay, let's test our lovely microphone. How are you doing? How are you doing, people? Yeah, it's working. Everything's working. Good stuff. Title for today, Item Creation. Programming Games Club. Did I type that in on the spur of the moment? I can't remember. Well, I never did address that, did I? That was on Wednesday, wasn't it? It was the start of Wednesday. I was just chucking this onto Windows. And I was just running this as a test, and of course it doesn't work because it's Windows. Windows, well, why? Why doesn't it work? Let's have a look at that. I didn't say anything about it, I just looked at it and went, yeah, shrug, and carried on. I should have addressed it really, shouldn't I? I then thought afterwards, hold on a minute, maybe I should have told people what that means, that red blob of useless error too. What that means is it can't find something. Oh yes, and welcome to today. It's beautiful and sunny here. It's 17 degrees C and it says it's cloudy. And I'm getting sunburn. Well, Microsoft, you've done it again. You've put a cloudy day over my sun. Thanks. Right, let's see what why. It's the answers in the Pro here. I mean, it is obviously a pathing problem. It can't find something that exists. So let's see where it does exist, which is Midnight Desktop. It's in debug, and it's there. But it's called libmidnight-A. Should that be a problem? I just realised we don't have a libs plus here. Here we go, libs plus. So it's looking for Win32 release debug. This is the debug version here. And it's looking for it in... Now let's put this to full screen. So it's looking for it in debug, under debug, libmidnight.a. That's correct. It's not correct. That says PWD. Where's PWD? Build Midnight Desktop QT 623 underscore GCC. There's your problem. That should be MinGW 64 or MinGW. It's not GCC at all. We didn't get the GCC object, did we? So, we can alter that, I guess. Let's make sure it works first. Right, so we found out what's wrong. It's named this wrong. It couldn't do any better because this was created on Linux when we didn't even know we had MinGW. Capital M-I-N, big G-W. So... that. Oh God. Oh God. Don't do this to me, not today. Just, what? Oh. Mouse? Come back. I know it's Windows. This is why I don't use Windows. So this is Windows as well, is it? On Unix it stays as that, okay. What are we doing down here? Win32. And then else Unix. So it's these GCCs that have ooped it up. I really should have gone over this on Wednesday, but my brain wasn't engaged. Which is not abnormal for me. Alright, we'll go with that. We'll try that one out. How about that? Little green bar goes. Good. Let's run it. What? Okay. Rebuild. Round build utility, blah 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 blah. Debug mock predefs.h. Could not find because we deleted them. We deleted those, so we made it do it again. Nothing to be done for QMakeAll. Aha! Windows, Windows, Windows. Okay, Midnight, how are you doing on your Windows troubles? You look okay. Alright, so we should be able to build Midnight. Okay, that sounds okay. And we should be able to build this one. But no. I've made a mistake somewhere. It's got that dot dot in it. It's coming out of util development. So it should be here. Twitch run util development, yeah. You're coming out of there. You're going into a build Midnight Desktop Qt 623 min GW 64 underscore bit. There you go. All you got to do is read it. There's an underscore missing. Oh, stop doing that. I'm getting annoyed now. Goddamn Windows. So I change those two. Here. Interesting, isn't it, how things get messed up? Can we have little green lights going, please? Thank you. Let's try and build again. There we go. We're going to now run it. Application output. There we go. Assert failure. In QList index out of range, blah, 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 on QList line 407. Yeah, that's fine. I was messing around with something. What was I messing around with? I was messing around with the pathing. D. New weapons clear, blah blah, items, yeah. File equals that, pop it in, and it was the read file text I was messing with. And that's in utilities. Okay. Hope you're all doing well, by the way. Oh, hiya, we've got some viewers. If you want anything doing, just let me know. I'm just going through how you would go about fixing these kind of errors that Windows throws at me every now and again. Windows might do this differently. Did we use a PWD? Utils, please. Can we have the right file? Build directory. Okay. So, can we find out what that is, please? Not being funny, but I've got no idea what he's put it in there. We'll just put a little note out on the screen saying that our build directory it's just a pathing issue, it's nothing to be afraid of. And we will pop out that build directory. I want to know where that is for starters, that might help. So, build. Good. Application output, we'll just run it. Build directory equals qdir dot. And that's why it's not working. Okay. Isn't it wonderful how different operating systems will do things differently? I did keep this in, didn't I? Hold your horses, did I? I did. So it hasn't done that. Well done, Windows. You're a class of your own. You haven't done what I've asked you to. Yeah. And what we got? Relative. So it's build directory dot absolute file path relative. Have I got a \n anywhere? Yeah, not on my keyboard, I don't. Oh, wait a minute, yes I do. It's a different keyboard. Yay! Just pop that at the beginning. Fantastic. Having a good day today. I want to find out what that's doing. You can just put that there. There we go. Where's this? This is in utilities. So we'll have to build it. Complete. Relative path equals C Twitch Rana build utility development desktop 6 blah 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 to debug, and then it's trying to come out to midnight. There we go. Done. Complete. No? Oh, yeah, good point. Build it back in. This is not how you're supposed to fix problems with a library. I'm just doing it as a quick fix on Windows. I'm not saving this up to the... There we go. All working now. Not overly keen on that. Please allow access, or else I can't do it, can I? There's a problem there then. Yeah. The cable problem. What's wrong with this cable? Alright, it's unstable. Alright, I think it might be the cables dying. Which is fine. Alright, Linux, possibly a better place to be. Just want to look at that on GitHub. We are in the development directory, aren't we? Of Rana. Pop you over here. Okay. What we got open? Cool. Because it has the PWD in. I've had this problem with Qt before. It's not new. So be aware that the pathing changes. That's absolutely useless to us, isn't it? We're on the dev branch. Let's view the code, and I bet it agrees with this, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Well, that's a pain in the backside, isn't it? New updates are available. Start the update. Alright. What the hell, why not? Close everything down. I wonder if Qt know about this. Because what they've done is correct. Oh, it's debug symbols. Cool, we'll have them. There they go. We'll have some debug symbols. Why not? So there you go. That's the problem that we have there. And this is derived from reading a text file. So I have to make a note of that, don't I? Because I'll forget all about it. I have no chance of remembering things. Alright. As I don't intend to develop this on Windows, sorry guys, you're aware of it now as well, but I'm not going to address this today. Okay. Alright, I'll do. Solve path. Problems as Windows treats things different. Including $PWD for compilation. Is also different. Access libs in .profile. I knew about that one. I didn't know about the one inside the code as well, which is why I'm not going to do it today. Right, so we found that. There's no ticks on it. We've got the ticks on the past one. We've got the proof of concept. Good. We've got everything we need to do what I want to do today. Probably won't need to know anything about this lot. It's why I don't develop on Windows, because Windows is a harsh development environment and doesn't work that often. Alright. Okay, I'm happy with that. How are we doing? Oh, we finished. That was quick. Alright, I think we're go for the day. I just want to finish off this items routine. Start moving all of this development stuff into the library so we can start developing new things. We have Vulkan completed. We just need this one completed and then we can move it all across. That's the basics. So it's end of week, it's Friday. I'm looking to get all the code back into one place so that we don't have two branches on our GitHub. And I've crossed those wires. So uncross my wires. Lovely. Why does that look different? Wow. Have they updated their UI? They have. Alright, so I want to start here. I want to make sure it's working. I should have a pop-up on this one. Yes, it's working. Gives out the correct result. So that just loads up data from a file, a text file that we can write at our own leisure outside of the library. Nice. So, let's do this. There's another thing that I need to do really today as well. But we'll get everything put together first. I don't think we want this initialize. How are we doing this? Are we initializing? Yes, we are. We could still use the initialize function. Can't see why not. Right, first of all, I've got to go through and correct all of this. So that needs to go to lowercase. We need to start standardizing how we are writing our code. We're at the stage now where we've got enough files to make a game. We are that close. In fact, I think we should write a game at this point. We don't have full graphics. Don't really need full graphics. Yeah, Q core application, blah blah blah. You see, QDIR set. It's a lowercase. It's always in Qt. It's always a lowercase at the beginning of these. See, I've put uppercase. Uppercase. And I've got an underscore in this one and I shouldn't have. you can see the problems. Well, main isn't going to get transferred, so I don't give a dingo's kidney about main. Let's go to our header though, and just look down here. Right, let's start sorting out the variable names. Those are correct. It's not a big deal, but as we continue adding more files, it will become a big deal, because it won't work. Well, it'll look awful for starters, so that's the only one that needs changing on this file. That's correct. It's only capitalized if it's a constructor or destructor. Member functions are in lowercase. Oh, there goes my keyboard. Alright, keyboard's now initialized. I'm going to go and buy a new one. Okay. And we've got view weapons there. Okay. Right, so that's done. Main's okay. We really don't need to do too much to this to make it worthwhile. We need to put in a function. Can be private. It doesn't need to return anything because we've got the member variables to work with. And this will just be load items, load item file. Yeah, load item file. It'll need, what will it need? It will need a source string. That's a Q string, isn't it? Yeah. So we need a Q string file. So we'll have one of them. And we need to know who to load it into. So we need one of them. A Q vector. Scene object thingy. I'm going to call that a shelf, because this is an item warehouse. So we'll pop one of those in, and we'll call it shelf, star shelf. That'll do that. Just lower these down, that's fine. And open up to screen so we can see it all. There we go. So really that's what we should have, because we're going to have quite a few more of these QVector, well, these shelves. We could actually hash define that as shelf. Why would we? Because it looks fun. It's an interesting theory. I don't think it's practically needed, so I'm not going to. Right, let's set it up. Refactor, add definition, wallop. Done. It's that for loop. This is also private. Yep, that'll do. Okay. So we do have a base item object. Where are we using that? Get object. Right, we're getting it from that. That we need. This we should be storing. Where's it coming inside of here? Alright, so it can't be done until you've done that. I don't really want to store it though. Do I? Yeah. So it has to equal a null pointer, because we're not going to be initializing it. And it has to change into m underscore base. You see what I mean about camel case, snake case? I've got it all mixed up. Object. There we go. There we go. That's fine now. Unused variable. Really. I've got a list output here. So that's you lot. You can go in here. Okay, we're getting better. Okay, so that would be load item file it would be source, assets, items, item data. There's another problem in this file which we will be addressing today as well. And again, it's naming conventions, because these aren't helpful to us. The shelf we're going to use is that one. Okay, that works nicely now. Shelf, copy, paste. Right, that solves that problem. Base item object is from there. So we can paste you in, get rid of you. Yep, you're quite right, that line is no longer needed. Alright, here we go. This is the fun part. Value stored to mbase item object during its initialization is never read. Interesting. And then of course we just have load item file, a big list of these, one for each one of these. And obviously it just, yeah, go figure. You could probably make this into a list of its own, and this into a list of its own, and load those up from files as well, and just do a for loop around a couple of lines of code. Your choice. Your choice. We do have a warning, which means we don't have an error. It works, but that's not the point. What it's saying is this isn't being used. It's wanting us to put that inside this call. Which is interesting. Because we don't really need well, yes, we do need M weapons in there, because there'll be different ones of those. This is only a singular item. And it's tied to this line here. These two lines are tied together. You can't have that second line without the first one. I also can't place... Oh. I can't place it here. That has to come through from external. That would have to be external. We would need to hand in the entity ID for items. Here. To make this class work properly. So this doesn't belong in here, it belongs in here. That's an interesting development. I didn't realise by splitting an initializer it would actually cause the class to develop properly, but it does. That's interesting. How do I know that it's because they're linked? Items is useless to us. What is useful to us is that memory location. Who adds the item to our ECS system is immaterial. So we need to decouple the two lines. Like that. Which goes back to main. Where do we set it up? We set it up here. It goes here. Previous definition is here. Redefinition is here. Okay, so when we do this, we don't just want the scene. We'll need the items. The item ID, which is an int. That can be stored now. And it's the second item passed in, so it goes there. It's just an int, it's nothing massive, so there's no problem there. It's just an int. That goes in there, you go to there, you go to there. Like that. This is now no longer here. This should come underneath items. This is actually turning out to be good. That should be next. This is how you make classes. That now goes in here. And that becomes that. Okay, done. That's you dead. So we have an ECS sorted out. This is only an initializer, so we're not generating on the fly yet. And there's your code. It's the only one we've got. Get rid of the garbage. So we have constructor, destructor, and initializer. We have a load items from files. Everything should work quite happily except for main. $60:13. We've left one inside somewhere. Oh. My bad. I'm done. Should complete in exactly the same way if it works. And it does. Same code. Structured differently. Now it's more useful. It's more generic. We've now have a system which can load item files. And that's what we were after in the first place. I just never got around to completing it until now. And that's it. That's how it should have looked in the first place. I just didn't know that until now. Yeah. So I've got our ECS template. Now that ECS template is wrong. When we come down here, there it is. Add data to the new object. We are adding a night component called component combat. That's wrong. It isn't a combat component at all. It's an item component. I like this screen now. Thank you, QT, for finally getting around to doing something about this screen. How many years is it? It's been over a decade having that horrible grey screen. Okay, we have indexed U. Let's go to our ECS components and say, hey guys, this isn't a combat component at all. This is for items. All items do damage. Now, hey, it's Nano and Calm Programming. Fantastic. I know why you've chosen that name. And thank you. It's an honour. It's an honour. Hi, you lot. Please feel free. This is actually a programming club. It's not about me making a program or a game or anything like this. This is a games club. This is for an exchange of ideas on game programming. This is not about programming a specific game. In the meantime, am going to be programming a game, but it's only to test out, you know, the code that I come up with. Do I need to change anything else in the system because I've changed one word? Well, yeah, of course we do, but that's just going to check ECS. Make sure we haven't used it in here. Okay, we haven't. That's good. So that no longer exists. Oh, it does. Duh. It's there. So it must be loaded up somewhere. Have I got a components listing in scene or not? I don't think I have. I think I shied away from it because of this reason. Please tell me I shied away from it. The namespace is night. The thing that I'm creating is called Midnight, and it's part of something called the Rana project, which is a game I wrote. Holy mackerel, 31 years ago. But that was on pen and paper. This is a computerized version. What's wrong with you here? Why is that a problem? No, we're only using the position one. So base components, we're only adding a position. Good. Because not everything is an item. But every item is a combat weapon. Think about that. Question. Do you do audiobooks? I wish I did. I've actually had to turn down another job offer today from the government. They're after me at the moment. I left the government after 25 years working there. I've now been pre-retired for the past 5, holy sugar, 9 years due to illness. I'm disabled. I am fully disabled now. When I left work, I was becoming fully disabled. And I'm having to turn down job offers again. I would love to do audiobooks, but I can't read. No, it's okay. You wanted a backstory. I gave you the backstory. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's perfectly okay. I'm very happy that I'm now able to do this free of charge. I don't need payment. I don't need subscribers. I don't need anything. I can do this with you lot free. And you can come along and you can get advice maybe. And if you're lucky, you'll get pro code out of me. And I will give you pro code free. Fully professional code. Absolutely, totally free. And I'll explain it fully why it's pro code. I use a standard called gold code, which is a 3-pass identity. We've just done a second pass. This is a second pass that I'm doing on items. And it's, as you can see, it has knock-on effects into the other areas. The items should still work. Makes no sense. No, I'm dyslexic. You need to set an executable in the custom run configuration. That's probably true. Let's not do that then. Let's set you as the active project. Make sure that... to read, by the way, I use audio, which is why what you just said is quite funny to me. I use the audio on the desktop if I'm reading manuals and things. Set midnight. App build. Thank you. Done. Okay, let's go. Right. There we go. Combat component. It isn't anymore. It's item component. Let's just get rid of this one. You see how it makes more sense by just changing the one word, because this is in load item file, not load weapon file, or load combat stuff file. There we go, that is now comp item. Did I pluralize? Please tell me I didn't pluralize. I didn't, good. Well done me. So sometimes you'll find me stop when I'm programming, and it's because I can't see what's going on. I have to hold everything that I type and everything basically in my head. So I have a picture of the screen in my memory. And to actually be able to program, I have to compare the memory changes to what I see on a screen and make those equal each other. Alright, I think we're close now. Let's just do a quick build. Combat component is not a member. Okay. This is me debugging. This is just test. These are tests. If you see a bracket like this in my code, it'll probably say test at the beginning of it. It's just scoped test. So it's independent, it's just a file full of tests. So that's now item. That's now item. So the difficulties that I've had over the years doing this kind of thing, it's been an experience, but it helps. I became a systems analyst because of it. There we go, that's no longer that. That's an item. This is just the test code, so it's not really... I don't care whether it works or not. La 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 la. Alright, these are debug messages, doesn't matter what they say. It's an interesting concept that I have to view the world differently. And people don't realise that even they view the world differently. And it's only when you come to something like a club or a community or whatever you want to call it that you start finding out these things. And it's that viewpoint on the world which is your exclusive right to say, maybe this could work. Never tell people that you know what you're doing. You don't. Not if you're a programmer. No programmer knows what they're doing. What they know is their viewpoint on the world. That's what you've got to learn. That's how you program. You have to program from a standpoint. And you have to be able to accept other people's standpoints. And that's called experience. I think we're ready. Can we go? Yeah, we can. It's working. Good. Fantastic. Done. So we've finally got gold code. So it's gone through the first pass iteration of me splattering garbage onto the screen. It's gone through the second iteration of me going through and making it into a basic system. In this case, for loading up the items from... I was going to call it disk. It isn't anymore, is it? It's memory. An external memory drive. I can't call them hard drives anymore. They're not. And the test code works. Okay. Now we can show this pretty easily actually, because in development, in the midnight area, we have other files called assets, and we have items and item data. So if I now put in sword, I don't know why I'm give me an item, a pen. A pen would probably be -2. Yeah, let's run. Did it save that, by the way? I think it did. Is this using cookies? Nothing to be done first. Ooh. Interesting. I'm just going to pop a rebuild on this. I don't know if it's picked up on everything that I've just done. but it's independent, so it shouldn't need a build at all. You should just be able to go pink. So staff, dagger. Didn't pick it up. Interesting. So we have some discrepancy here. Good. This is what you learn from. It's not by doing things correctly. You feel really astounded that you can deal with it in the way you do. Oh no, I've got no negativity. I've lived with it all my life. I didn't even know I was... how can you put it? I didn't even know how serious the problem was until 9 years ago. What they discovered at the hospital was my brain is miswired. And that's why I've had to grow up using all different types of techniques to be able to fit in with the social norm. And those techniques lend themselves perfectly to programming, systems analysis, logic, truth tables, and of course I've studied the human brain because of it, and I know quite a bit about artificial intelligence now. So there was massive spin-offs. Massive spin-offs. I can't say I've found too much negativity. Except for the photographic memory side effect, which I really hate. I should draw a picture of how my mind works, and then that won't just astound you, it will make you understand how bad a photographic memory can be. Because it's very, very hard to forget things that you don't want to remember. And it's also very, very hard to find the thing that you do want to remember because there's so much you have remembered. That was the hardest part for me, I think. It can take me days to remember something. Alright. Make sure it's saved. Just run this up. We've got a cue list coming up. We've got the comment, we've got the staff, and we've got the dagger. Now, something weird's happening here. Because that's an independent text file. Okay, take the data away. And it's still coming up with the dagger data, so it's reading it from somewhere else. There you go, simple test. You now know that the program is reading item data.txt from somewhere else. It's not reading it from the text file. How can that be? That's an impossibility, isn't it? We haven't programmed it to do that, have we? Or have we done that as a side effect? And this is another thing I want to talk about. Side effects. Every time you write a function, you cause side effects, usually. You alter something within the computer system. Usually by accident. Mostly on purpose. And in this case, something weird has just happened. It seems that our project has discovered that it's got its own memory it can deal with. So, first of all, we check the file system. We do not go into the code. There's something weird happening. Spooky. So let's have a look at our project. It's Twitch, it's Rana. We have a build for Midnight. We have a build for Vulcan. What have I got open? I thought I had this file here open. Who are you? Let's have a look. File system. It's telling me that I'm accessing Twitch Rana, Midnight, here. Yeah, that's correct. I think Midnight's in the right place. Let's get rid of you. What about you, project? Let's have a look at your file system. Twitch Rana Utility Development. So we're in here. And we're doing this here. It's something to do. There's problems here with the pathing, and we know about this because that's how we started our day today. We have a massive problem with pathing happening, and it's because we haven't done it correctly. And we're causing side effects. To be able to read that information, though, it must be stored in a memory location. Are we not altering things properly? That says pen -2, but there's no last space. Save. I think I know what's happened now. There's got to be a space. It's still not coming up. It's being deleted? No. It's not being used, is it? Only one. Yep, dagger's still here. That's interesting, isn't it? Somehow, we've got nothing here. We've got everything's scoped out as tests. That's your dice initialization. Text file input. So something weird's happening in here. It's returning us a list with data from somewhere else. Now we're looking in source assets items item data.txt, which is what you would expect to do. But it shouldn't be, should it? Have we got our own assets directory here? No, we haven't. So it can't use ours because we haven't got one. Maybe that's where the problem is. Ooh, hold on a minute. Midnight, come back to me. Other files. Items. Remove. Delete file permanently. No, thank you. I don't care what you do with it, actually. Rebuild. I have a theory. We've only got a staff. But we still have a dagger. It stored it. I did a rebuild, didn't I? That should have got rid of it. Wow, that's interesting. It's not independent. Yeah, the save button's done. Oh, we found something that isn't working. It was working before the patch. We updated our instance of Qt Creator and it seems to have broken text file reading independence. That file can be placed anywhere I want on my system. How do I find out how it's doing it? Yeah, the file's still there. That didn't seem to work. Something's wrong here. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. That doesn't match that. Okay. Why doesn't it match that? Save. Yes to all. Now we can run it. And we still have a dagger. How do you do that? How? There's multiple versions of item data.txt. Either it's due to Git or it's due to Qt. Who's the culprit? Midnight.pro. Headers. Okay, we've got item.dataText here. It's happy with it. Ooh, we got something spooky going on. Now, Qt has an RC, a resource system. And that resource system will embed and compile things like item data, things that it is, or it knows that it is going to be using or loading or accessing during execution. It will compile it into the executable. But whose executable have you compiled it into? I can see that the file's correct, but I've still got a dagger. We have persistent storage of items somehow. That data doesn't exist, yet we have it. Now what I'm going to have to do then is upset the system. I've got a feeling it's going somewhere else for this information. Where can it go? It can go to Twitch, into Rana, into here, into the build directory, utilities. Mock test outputs, midnight. Intro picture, yeah. This is one of those interesting thingies, isn't it? This is what it does. It creates this make file. So where is this text file it's loading? Is it loading? Alright, let's test that before I start reading through a load of garbage. Because I can't really do that. Okay, get out of my way, you lot. Let's have a look at our text file. It is being accessed under utilities here. Shouldn't that give a result? Bool. Yeah, it gives a bool. Let's get some information on that, shall we? Star list. There's a memory location. The other possibility is that it's keeping the same memory location. That would be freaky if it is. this is a debug. We opened text file here. What should we put in? Well, that. That's what we've done. But we have to have a secondary check. Are we closing? We are closing. So we shouldn't have a dangling file. And according to me, we have been able to... You see, it's different data we've got in this file. Item underscore data. We're passing it in. Okay. Alright, so this is a bit scoped out actually, but doesn't matter, because it's going to get wiped. I'll do. Let's build that up. Let's run that. Here we go. Got more information now coming out of the system. We opened a text file here at Mount Projects. Projects Run. Ah, it's two projects here. There's only one here. Should be Projects Twitch. That's the wrong file. Look. It's not in here where we are. It's in here. That's projects. Then there's a Rana. Then it's gone to build util development, which just happens to exist because I was testing in here. So this is coincidental. What it means is that part is incorrect. Now this brings us back to the problematics that we've got. So yeah, our text file's fine. It is independent. It's so independent that it's not. It's somewhere else on the system entirely. It's not even associated with this project. I think what we're going to have to do then is rethink our way of doing this. I want to know something. I'll just put a QDebug in to find out what the information I want, because I don't know what the answer's going to be. What I want to know is what our current working directory is. Project working directory. The easiest way to find out is by doing that. And if you wonder why I always put a return carriage between after that, it's because it makes it easier to do it this way. So I can add to it. Project working directory. Use of an undeclared identifier. Okay, let's try you. We didn't rebuild. We opened a text file. Project working directory equals $pwd. Yes, I know it does. Is that a double dollar? That's interesting. Can I get it from here? Unknown type name. I need it at runtime. Nothing. Really? System macros. Time to do some research, peeps. We've got system macros. PWD. qtdir current path and dir absolute path return the current directory of the command line. This is interesting. I've not come across this before. Projects. So it is actually in projects, and it should not be. There is something wrong with our development environment. We're on debug. Didn't really want to do that. Where's our build directory? Yeah. We've got shadow build on. Use system environment. PWD is home blades. So there's an We've messed this up somewhere. Application dir path. So I know what's happening. Didn't rebuild. It did rebuild. Our application path is incorrect. It's in the wrong directory. How the hell has it managed that? It's totally different. This is wrong. Okay. Rana. No, it's not. Mount Project Switch, that's correct. So I'm looking at the right files. So by doing that line there, we're messing something up, aren't we? I don't understand. They've done it differently here. I don't think it's going to make it. Oh no, it's exactly the same. It's just that they've got a pointer rather than, yeah. Okay. How do I change this? Set current. I would like... It's supposed to take it in from here. ArgV won't give it me. You have to strip off the last item in ArgV. But it's here. So there's something wrong in projects. Oh! Why is that build directory here? Je ne comprends pas. It's in the wrong place. I copied it, didn't I? I bet I copied this straight over without even thinking about it. And this is what's causing all the problems. There you go. Done. It's because I copied a directory over. Fixed. We're on. We're going. Right, we don't need all this garbage that I just put in now. Yeah, that's correct, that's correct, that's correct. That's now out. Fantastic. That's really good, that. I'm glad we found that out, because it means it's up on the internet as the wrong thing, and I wouldn't have discovered that unless somebody had downloaded and tried to use it. And they wouldn't have been able to, because that file system doesn't exist to them. Well, it would do after you run the file, but it wouldn't be obvious, would it? It would cock up. Right, I think we've done a good cleanup there. This also could prevent the problems on Windows. No, it won't. Okay. Right, let's get rid of our debug. Everything's working again now. Properly. I don't need to test that because I know that the file exists. This is not the right way to do it. I'll show you what I mean in a second. We might actually be researching this today. The biggest problem you have with Qt is knowing what exists within Qt. Qt is such a big book of functions. I don't think anybody would really memorize everything. So what you need to do really in the back of your mind is keep this idea of this is not a book, this is a library, and it's a big library, and it's got a lot of books in there. And you don't want to memorize them, you want to research them. I think that's going to be a better idea. Am I happy with everything now? Is everything going to happen the way I expect it to? Let's find out. We should now be able to run this program. Just make sure I've taken everything out that I don't want from my tests. Okay. Let's see if we've cleaned up the output. Okay, everything's gone to mount projects Twitch Rana, which is good. It now knows where it is. So we've got a staff, it's got a damage of 0. If we now go to our text file, remember it does need that extra. Oh, it's got 2 on here. It shouldn't have 2, it should only have 1. If we put in a pen, -2, Newspaper at, let's say, -3, and we save that file. We should now have a readout saying staff pen newspaper. Damage 0, damage 0. Why have I got a damage 0 there? Did I take out too much? Alright, we've got something being taken off, so it might be 2. Shouldn't be. Yeah, it is. We've taken off too much. Damn you. Where's my cropping? Okay. Very close to gold. Oh, it's still taking it off. It doesn't come up as an error, by the way, because it's just taking a duff bit of memory and just chucking it in there. Problem with dealing with memory is that you can't see it happening. Hold on a minute. That might help. Yeah, that's right. There's no overflow going on. Good. That's actually EOF. End of file. That's why I needed that extra return character in there, so that it would remove the EOF character as well. Otherwise you will get, what is it? An OX0. Hexadecimal number at the end. And when you are trying to get hold of numbers to assign them, it will read it as a piece of data, and that can cause problems. So I need that chop to hold the EOF character. So what happens in reality on a computer is, on text data, this line here is the \n piece of data that we've put in here, which is you hitting the return key on the keyboard. It's a hidden character, you can't see it. You can load it into something that'll show it. I'm not bothered. But there's also another hidden character here of OX0, which is end of file, the end of file marker. And you can see that using things like it's there for a reason, because you have things like file .eof, end of file, at end. So you can do things at the end of the file like append or remove. Removing is just chop, but that just removes whatever's at the end of the file. So this at end marker is the end of file marker, and that's created by your operating system, not by Qt. That's how text files work. You can't get away from it. It's just the way things are. Right. I'm so close now to being happy with this, it's untrue. So there you go, while not file at end. In other words, while the file hasn't reached the end of file marker. Look at that, we remove the end of file marker after we've used it. That's important, you can't do it here. Just interesting little bits of extras that you should put in. Otherwise things can go a bit weird on you. And trust me, they do. Right, we've got everything perfect now there. That's gold. Except for this directory. So, research on that, don't want to do it right straight now. Let's give you the code for this. Yeah, I bet you're surprised. Hold on a minute. How can a newspaper be a weapon? Watch the Bourne... Is it the Bourne Redemption he uses a newspaper to assassinate somebody with? Yeah, go watch that. Jason Bourne knows how to do it, so I'm going to include it in every single item. Is in reality a tool. Something that you use to help you achieve something. That's a definition of a tool. Every tool in reality can be used as a weapon of some kind. Oh, by the way, he assassinates them by rolling up the piece of newspaper and shoving it down the throat so he chokes on it. So there's the answer to the question, is a newspaper a weapon? Yes. Is a pen a weapon? Yes. Stick it through somebody's neck and find out. Don't do that, by the way. I didn't just tell you to do that. Just don't do that. Don't be so bloody stupid. Now, this is forgotten in RPGs today. And any of these interactive worlds that you go into, role-playing games or other games, that kind of thing where combat is included. They forget that everything around you in that world that is a tool which can be picked up, that includes a rock. You can hammer a nail in with a rock. Yes, a rock is a tool. It's an item. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's go, boys. Let's invent a new game. Let's play that. Yeah. This is going to come up in a talk on... I'm going to do a talk on Sunday about this. Because it's... What has happened, and it's the same as happened in programming, is that people will just copy what has been done before, or what has been successful before. And that's where the bugs come in. And like I did a copy-paste bug. And it happened not in my code, but in this line here for the build directory. That's interesting. That's a copy-paste bug. Don't copy-paste ever, ever. I have to because I have problems typing. We've got independent items, that's fantastic. Sorry, I'm deviating on my mind. This is all correct. I actually cleaned this code up the other day, didn't I? This is gold. It is now. We now have an item component in our ECS system. These are all base items. We haven't actually created an item, have we? We're not going to either, because we haven't got any graphics. We don't... I'm not being funny. I think I talked about this on Wednesday, that we have to approach it differently, because we're going to be doing the graphics slightly differently to the norm. We're going to be doing them properly. We are going to be using Vulcan, it looks like. Right, I'm okay with this. I think that's gold standard. But I'm not happy about... I'll give you the code. I'll stop delaying. I'm thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking about it, and it's not going through. It's not happening in my head. Local repository is on dev. We have modified Midnight and utility. What we have done now is we have now got pass 3 complete. So that's pass 3 complete for item warehouse. And that's modified other code, which is fine. Basic initialization of item system of loading items from files, text files. Text files is now... This is the thing about gold code. Once a piece of code is golden and you know it's correct and it doesn't have bugs, basic initialization of loading items from text files is now ready for development. You can develop it. You cannot develop upon code which is garbage. Please don't do that. Don't write pages and pages of code in a day and expect it to work forever. It won't. It will break. You will cry. That's in dev. Okay, let's pop that up to you then. That was an interesting look into how Qt works there. And we're going to go on, I think, with this, because it's confusing the hell out of me. And when things confuse the hell out of me, it doesn't help me. We could use that one. One up, two down. Has somebody been messing with my dev? Oh God, I didn't, did I? Oh, comments updated. Can I just push? So it's merged it with the other commits. Because we were on Windows, I think. Oh yes, we were. We were on Windows doing that. Alright, that's okay. Okay. Let me just check that the code's correct, because we do have an FPS counter completed there. It's not that I don't trust these systems. It's just that I'm so used to having to double check everything. What are we on? Dev, yes. FPS counter was completed where, please? In Vulkan widget on run a Windows CPP. UI FPS display, yeah, yeah, fantastic. We've got everything then, so it's all in there. And we should now also have pass 3 complete for the initial item warehouse. Which we should be able to see by a change to item warehouse CPP. Oh, it says it has a push there. View code. Yeah, that's now correct. And it's not dedicated to weapons anymore. Although that's the only text file that we called it item data text. We probably should call it weapons data text, but it isn't because every item is a weapon. I'm not sure we should call that weapons either. But we may want to split categories. I'm leaving that open to the designer of the final system, whoever you may be. Hello there, future you. It's not for me to design the system. It's up to you lot to design this system. Do with it whatever you wish. I want to bring that down onto the master copy now, as we have everything in place. Except for that pathing problems. Okay, dev. No. Rebase dev onto origin main. Which one do we use, by the way? Does anybody know Git properly? It's not something I usually use. Well, I do, but not like this. Merge dev into origin main. I think that's the one I want to go for, isn't it? Okay. That should leave dev alone. Oh. Okay, that's that done. Main is now on the computer, dev is now on here. Okay, we can go back to the top, view the code, and we should have... Where's Vulkan gone? There it is. Right, so we've got our Vulkan, we've got our utility. Now you know I double check everything. We are up to date. And we're back on main. Do we still need dev? Not sure, but I think I'm going to carry on inside of dev. Alright, so we have utility development, Vulkan widget is now available to you, Midnight, all of this code is clean and basically golden, which means it's clean and will work forever. Until Qt decides to change so much that it doesn't work and breaks. But that's up to Qt, not me. I guarantee my code when I issue it onto the internet. I have a lifetime guarantee on it. Right. We won. How long did that take? 2 hours. Wow. We now have items. Hidden inside of utility development for some reason. I should have called it item development, and I know I was being lazy when I chucked it into utils, but that's okay. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a utility or not. It may turn into one. Because items really aren't a major thing. The ECS is, the items aren't. The items is just an item warehouse, which is basically a storage area in main memory for the details of each individual item, which can then be copied to create on the fly at any point in time an item of your choice. If the item doesn't exist, we are going to create it and add it to our warehouse. So it's going to be self-updating as well, eventually. Alright. Well, that worked out okay. Pathing. Pathing. I'm going to use this. Well, we'll start our research in here, shall we? Qt. Blech, not QWERT. Qt. 6.2. Reason I'm using this is it's darker. And we're not going to get flashes of white at us. I mean, Windows can't cope with this. I mean, obviously you can have a dark background, it's just, oh, Windows, I don't know how to do dark. They really must pay their employees bad wages. Because they don't care. Alright, what we got? Let's have a look at this documentation screen. You see, it's all in dark. Where's the problems? I don't know. Search documentation. Let's go for QURL. Oh, cool. Alright, list of all members for QURL. Right, let's have a look at what it is first then. It's a class. QURL class provides a convenient interface for working with URL, universal RLs. Yeah, them. We all know what they are, don't we? What the hell are they? It can parse and construct URLs in both encoded and unencoded form. QURL. What does QURL stand for? Can't you start it with that? Alright, I need a definition. I can't handle this. URL. Give me a clue. Uniform resource locator. Could be a web address. It can be any file system. Okay, that's helpful. So it's a what? Uniform resource locator. Big words. Why is this in white? Wiki, get your act together. Oh, I'll do a little piece on security today as well. Securing your games program from hackers. I've been researching it for you. Didn't really have much else to do at 3 o'clock this morning. The most common way to use QURL is to initialize it via the constructor by passing a Q string. Otherwise, setURL can also be used. A URL can be constructed piece by piece by using the scheme, which we saw on the wiki. It's got set username, set password, set host, set port, set path, set query, set fragment, blah 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 blah. It's also got some very interesting things in here. So you can make URLs from a CF URL, from an encoded something, from a local file system. That's the one I'm interested in. Look at this. Returns a QURL representation of local file interpreted as a local file. So it has this strange file colon in front of it instead of HTTP or colon. So yeah, we can have a file system. This function also accepts paths with a doubled leading slash or backslash to indicate a remote file, as in / server name path to file text. This is useful if you are using things like SSH. You will see that kind of thing when remotely accessing servers using SSH. Things like that. That can only certain platforms can actually open this file using qfile open. An empty local file leads to an empty URL. So we can see that you don't put the file bit here. It does it for you. So we're having pathing problems. Why can't we use the QURLs? Base URL dot resolved with URL. Alright, so we can add or append to the end by using resolved. So it's got a resolver. And we can set is there anything else that we file to open? Because this is our QIO file opening thingy. Alright, but that hasn't actually got the file name. You have to use set. Let's go back to the top here. So we can have a constant std file system path. A Q string. None of these are taking a URL. So why did it place us over here for URLs? Is it this const std file? No, that's that's C++. You can rename files. You can remove them. Move to trash. No point does it use QURL in all of this. Okay, let's have a look further then. You see, if it's using something like that, it doesn't have file colon at the beginning of the string, whereas a QURL does. So what you look for is to local file, and that gives you the Q. Right, got you. Yeah. Interesting. Now, why am I looking at this? Why is this important? It's important because our files may not be on the same machine. In fact, that text file that we've been reading would probably be on a central server, as it's a system text file, not a user text file, as we were looking at. Just flick back to look at that. Now you know I have all these notes. Because we'd have to have two parallel systems of item files. We would need the Midnight Engine files, which would not be held locally, probably. In fact, it doesn't matter where they're held, as long as we can access them. May need to use QURL. User files can be held locally. And shared peer-to-peer if need be. We'll come to that. Has anybody got an answer for this pathing garbage? We should standardize everything into QURLs, I think, is the answer. We've saved everything out so we can experiment, can't we? I hate experimenting with pathing. It's not my cup of tea, shall we say. I don't like holding in my memory all at once the full pathing combinations for a computer. It hurts. There's a lot of information. And when that goes to network, it just becomes a nightmare for me. Because at the end of the day, we want to make an operating system layer out of our Midnight static library, and to do that we have to have a local server, which also means QURLs will be very, very useful, as we will be able to use services from our local server. That's where the local user item file will be held. Anything that the user adds will go into the local server systems. Maybe we should look at that a bit more before going on to QURL. I think we should. But I need that start point. I need 0 point security. 0-day security. We're going there. We're going there. We're going there soon. So this has thrown a lot of information into my subconscious, which will do its own thing. But I'm hoping that you're understanding now that we don't want to be using the local file system. We do want to be using QURLs, because what we are designing is not a game as such. It is a library in which you can create games. Or a library for creating games. Oh, I can't use that mouse now, can I? There we go. So this will give you some of the information. This is a search result, isn't it? If I go back here, though... Oh, it comes up with classes. No, I don't want classes. What I'm trying to do is avoid a lot of the... well... a subsection of things that Qt will give you free of charge. Things like resource management. That's one of the major things we have to avoid, because we need to have independent resource management outside of our programs. We're going to be using text files. It's got a query class. Quick look at this. This will allow us to query. Where example.com becomes localhost, by the way, 127.0.0.1. Then it's / and we can then query things and do things as well. So there's that way of looking at it. So these are these strings up here where you get the question mark, a query string. So it's this part after the question mark that it's looking at. Like this here. So it's the question mark, the query string is Q equals Q URL. So that's your query string there. So it has full functionality within that as well. Which is ridiculously powerful. It supports encoding. Why would we? Yeah, more about that in a minute. Do we get a C also on this one? Yeah, that's the other thing about these. These have error checking. So we do have a Unicode, which is probably what we'll be using. Leave non-US ASCII characters encoded in their UTF-8% encoded form. So, yeah, we might be able to use that in case the Chinese want to contact us. Don't know why they would. Enum. So we can parse them intolerant, strict, or decoded. We have formatting options as a C also. I like that idea. We'll come back to that. So we can remove passwords. Any user information in the URL is removed. That's good. Prefer local file. If the URL is a local file according to isLocalFile and contains no query or fragment, a local file path is returned. Whoa. Wow. This is very powerful stuff. This is a very well thought out system. From user input. Whoa! Component formatting options, yeah, okay. And then we're going into the documentation, okay. Yeah. We found our answer. We've got the answer, we just need to implement it. So let's put the answer up. So the answer to this one is use QURL. There we go. Right, so we've got our answers there. That means that we will then be able to do this. We can do it now. But we need Vulkan buffers to be sorted. Okay. So to complete, what order do we need to do things in? It's going to be Vulkan buffers, isn't it? We need to do next. Before we can do the create item function. We need to have the basic development of Vulkan. Okay, file. One sec. Oh, thank you for that. There we go. Yeah, I do actually. Good point. Thank you. I knew I put these in for a reason, you know. I'll go and put the kettle on. So come on people, get off your backside, stretch, go make yourselves a cup of coffee, do what you need to do. And we'll talk quickly about buffers. Didn't want to do that. Right, okay. I still need coffee though. Alright. Without coffee, I'm not going to get through the next bit. Because we're going to talk... well, we're going to start designing our system for buffers, aren't we? And from Wednesday, we know that we have to include mouse picking as a buffer subsystem. For damn good reasons. So we're going to start at the beginning, because I realise that not everybody's like a pro programmer, and neither am I. I'm a systems analyst. So we'll start at the beginning and see if I can get it right. I mean, I couldn't program to save me life, to be honest with you. I think that's why I like it so much, why I like programming so much. It's because it's something I know I can't do. Or which With a bit of luck I can. But I found that if I follow systems, design a decent system, and then follow it and implement it, the program will naturally drop out of that. You won't need to be able to be a programmer if you can analyse systems properly. Right, let's go and pour that coffee. I think the kettle has boiled. Be right back. Fantastic. There we go, we've got coffee. Right, we can do this now. I am positive that we can do this now. I'm going to come over here. As we are going to need a fresh page, aren't we, here? Let's go to there. Let's match this up with the top. So we are going to need a buffer system. I spotted it at least, didn't I? I don't always. What is a buffer? That's your first part of your system. You'd have to decide what a buffer is. Our buffer. Not what is a buffer. What is our buffer? It's going to be what is our buffer? It's data. Now, interestingly, there's only two things a computer can do. One is store data, and people say, oh, you must use a database. Don't go there, just don't even quote that one at me. The second thing it can do is it can compare data. That's it. That's all a computer can actually do. And it does this in zeros and ones using Boolean algebra, of all things, which is hard encoded onto something called a CPU. And that's how your CPU works. It will take the data, it will place it onto specialized areas on your CPU called registers, which are just buffers. It's a memory storage location on your CPU. And then it will use hard-coded Boolean logic gates they call it firmware, I suppose. Well, no. The CPU, no, the firmware is the program that governs the CPU. Let's be more precise. The CPU itself is just these logic gates arranged on a chip, on a piece of silicon. And it will then use those logic gates to compare these hooked up registers, these special memory locations on the chip itself. And whatever result it comes up with, it will put into a resulting register or one of the registers it's using. And that will then determine the action that is taken. Which is either to transport that back into outer memory, it might be to execute some functionality within either the firmware or the CPU logic itself. So there's multiple things that can happen to that final result depending on which register the result is placed into. Different actions can be taken. And that's how your CPU works in reality. It doesn't work by assembly code. It can't. Assembly code is compiled into machine code. Machine code is all ones and zeros, basically. Well, not quite, but you can think of it like that. It's the easiest way of thinking of it. It gets a bit complicated otherwise. A magic box of numbers. Oh God, are we going to come across that a few times when I'm doing this? So our buffer is just an area of memory which is accessible by the CPU. No, by a PU. But I'm going to be more specific now. Might not be using the CPU for this because we're using Vulkan, aren't we? So I'm more likely going to be using the GPU. It's an area of memory. And I'm going to be non-specific about that. Notice the wording. Area. You're wondering why, aren't you? An area of memory. For storing data. Interesting word, that. Area. We know what area means, don't we? Like a square has an area. A circle has an area. Shapes have an area. Memory also has an area. It has a shape. People don't understand that. And this is why a lot of people, if you say, how does memory work? They'll say, well, it's memory addresses and things are placed at certain memory addresses, and then the CPU will access that memory address to transfer the data at that memory address into one of its registers, etc. And you go through that first bit that I did. No, it isn't. Memory in a computer is not defined by a memory address at all. Memory is the area on a memory on a memory chip that is set to ones and zeros. That is what memory is. It doesn't have an address. There's no such thing. The operating system and all the programs on the motherboard may have a memory controller which assigns numbers in this area and calls them memory addresses. Yeah, that's not memory. Memory is an area of locations on a physical chip which can be set to 0 or 1, on or off. And each one of those is called a bit. We'll put that in. A bit is a 1 or a 0. Do not ever, ever, ever confuse memory with programming. The memory that you place inside of your computer knows nothing about programming. It knows nothing about memory addresses. It hasn't a clue about any of that. The only thing it does is it has, imagine little boxes, an area on a chip full of these boxes. And in each one of these boxes, an electrical charge can be set or not set. It can have two states. It can either be a negative charge or a positive charge. No, a non-negative charge, I'm going to call it. I better be careful there because I do the rule of 3. And we're talking binary now, not the rule of 3. Because this is how computer technology has been developed. Strangely. I don't know why they developed this way. They really, really missed the boat on that one, didn't they? I mean, they did very well, and have done very well for the restrictions that they placed on themselves back then in the 1940s. But that's beside the point. I digress. Bear that in mind. If you want to become a systems analyst, throw away the idea of all of these programs, these layers upon layers upon layers that comprise what they globally will call an operating system. Well, it's basically a trash bucket with everything thrown in. It's not really an operating system, but we're not going to go there either. That's one of my pet hates. But at the same time, we can access that just like the CPU can, using the same, unfortunately, implementation that the CPU uses. And this is called programming. That's where the programming comes in. It's got nothing to do with our buffer at all. Our buffer is going to be very special. Our buffer is going to be a special boy. How big is that memory? Well, depends on the sticks that you stick in your machine, I suppose. Pretty big. We've got lots and lots of memory. So the area for our buffer is going to be pretty big. How do you spell memory? I know I've put on the board. I put that. And that's the wrong keyboard. Oh, I got it right, I think. But I don't trust this anymore because it's slightly American. And they can't speak English. I do alienate everybody, don't I? Oh, that's because I don't like humans, I remember now. Yes, a human will only build upon what has been built before. Until somebody comes along and says they've had enough and they'll build something anew. One day, they might just build that computer again. They built it once. Well, it does still exist, but who holds the copyright? Oh, Microsoft. Yeah, so it's not going to get built again. Never mind. That ain't going to happen. We're stuck with PCs, I guess. What can we do with that? What can we do with our buffer? Well, I've already told you. We can set each bit to 0 or 1 binary. By the way, that's all you can do. I suppose you could include reading and writing to the buffer system, but that's irrelevant. That's programming. We can set each bit to a 0 or 1. We can do that in many ways. But generically, that is all we are doing. We can set. There is a second option, I suppose. We should really have a second option, shouldn't we? We can view, move, anything else? A location. I'm gonna, I'm geeking here. Yeah, that's it, view and move, a location. And again, that word again, area. Which is a very important word. Okay. Correct. That's it. That's our buffer system. So we've answered the questions. We now know what a buffer is. It's an area of memory for storing data. We can set each bit in that area to 0 or 1, and we can view and or move any location in the area. That includes overwriting, of course. or any variations on setting, deleting, assigning, whatever. So I think we've got it. We have our buffer system. That wasn't difficult, was it? Didn't even need to program anything, because you can't. The buffer system has nothing to do with programming. You cannot reprogram your memory system, your buffer system, unless you want to build a computer from scratch and write all the code to do that, to change it. The buffer system is fixed. Again, that's not quite true, and I'm not going into that. It's as fixed as we want it to be, and for our purposes for games, it's fixed. Full stop. We're not going there. What do we need to do as a games programmer then? Well, it becomes obvious, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll do it that way. Buffers for games. So, what do we need to do? We need... Oh god, I'm going to get stuck here, aren't I? Decide... what each location in the area we need to decide. No. Not decide. That's... computers can't decide. Well, they could if they were done properly. It's the wrong word. Let's have a different word. Let's have, because they did it in ones and zeros, we'll have define. Well, each location in the area means to us. I.e. develop a standard format. Yeah, that went all over the place, which we can use. In game development. You may also realise that this is not restricted to game development. Right. So that's your second piece. Alright. So we now know what a buffer is. We now know what we need to do. And this is where the systems analysis comes in. What do we need? How can we define? Well, we can't define things as solid state. We can't say that this area of memory is vertexes and can only be vertexes, or this area of memory is colours and can only be colours. That's not gonna hold ground. That's just gonna go into misery. Because the area that we are talking about is dynamic, and it's dynamic because of that there. We can move. We can set, we can move. It's dynamic. Those zeros and ones can change. And it's precisely that those zeros and ones can change is why it's useful. So because it's useful means it's dynamic. Memory is not static. That's called a ROM, a read-only memory. We have random access memory, RAM. Well, we don't now. We have something, SSDs and RAM, I suppose. It gets confusing. They call the same thing different names. So we need a standard format. And I think that's pretty obvious. But I wanted you to know why we needed a standard format, not that we needed one. Because the why is more important than the need in this case. And it's why we don't need a database. Because a database is a system for controlling an area of memory. We don't need a database because we are going to do it ourselves. So many times in the past I've been asked, oh, what database are you going to use for your game? And my reply every single time is, I'm not going to use a database. And I never will. A database is a piece of software which controls memory areas in the form of tables. Those tables are useful for people who don't understand memory. If now we understand what memory is, we don't need those tables anymore. We don't need that database. We know it's dynamic, and we can access it direct. And we have lots of it. Lots of it, oodles. And it's growing by the year. And the more we can fill, the more interesting our, in this case, a game world will become. Because that's what we're going to develop, a game world. That's what starts next week. I start the game world next week. The items and this buffer will develop along the way. Now this brings us to the subject of security. Luckily. Something called hacking. Hacking is the intrusion of somebody external to the development of a project who changes your buffers. Reads your buffers, or takes information from your buffers to use against people in reality, or maybe not, for fun. I know, I was a hacker at the age of 13. "37 years ago." No? "42 years ago. I was a hacker. In fact, I was in a group that started up from Germany, which went to the wrong side of the fence and was later closed down, the year after I left, luckily. It's how I learnt the power of computers and about security of computers. If you are writing a piece of software called a game, you can 100% secure your game. Did you know that? You can secure it to such a point that it can't be hacked. Because it's a game, it is the only form of program that you can do it for. You cannot do it for any other form of program that, well, to my knowledge, unless it's a utility. But even then, there is something about utilities that would probably be hacked. Games. Why do people hack these things? To cheat? To win? Well, that's their prerogative. Let them. Let them cheat. Let them win. Will they get any satisfaction from it if you let them do it? No. That's not hacking. Hacking and security is for information, for the real world, which a game should never, ever have in its buffers. Real world information, financial, anything should not be attached to a game. Yet we see it attached all the time in things called free-to-play games, called a shop. That should not exist. That is bad. They're just asking for trouble, and they have got trouble. The banks know this. They're not happy about it, but there's not really much we can do about it, is there now? Because they've made the choice to make those games in such a way that those games are open to hacking. Instead of addressing the security before developing the game, they try to address the security after opening their shop. They want a return on their investment. They believe they have a right of return on their investment. If you are developing a game, you do not have a right of return at all. And that's the difference between a game and an application. An application is developed and sold. A game is developed and played for fun. It has no practical use and should therefore do nothing practical. But the games industry wants to make money out of it. So, games industry, this speech is for you. You're gonna love it. Where did you go wrong? Well, you started off well enough. You used to sell games, didn't you? On, like, discs. And now you sell games that you download. But hold on a minute. Originally, you were selling a physical thing to a person in a shop, external from your game. Now, with this download environment we've got, you're now tying in a download, a non-physical entity, an account online, a money transfer online, all attached to your game. Your game is no longer a game, it's an application. And a game. You've made a mistake. You've made the biggest security mistake ever. You made your game hackable. Why? Because now the hackers have something to gain from hacking. If you develop a game that is completely free, open source, the source code is open to everybody and they can do what the hell they like with it, and there is no real world financial transactions or any real world data stored within that game, why would you hack it? Except to cheat. You have nothing to gain. Hacking and security is about gain. Somebody wants something that you have. It's why people rob banks. It's not because they want the information, they want the money. They don't care about the people's accounts. They don't care about all of the bookkeeping and all of the skills that have gone into that bank and all of the people who work at that bank. They care about that weird stuff called money. And that is the biggest reason for hacking today on the professional scene. On the diplomatic scene, it's for information. Money isn't really the motivation there. It's for information upon your opponent. I think that's the best way of putting it. Because in politics, everybody except for yourself is an opponent, whether they are on the same side of politics or not. In politics, you strive to become the top. So everybody is your opponent. It's the biggest PvP game in reality. It's bigger than PUBG. And to that end, hacking becomes very important in politics, but for completely different reasons. In your game, does it have politics? It can have politics within its storyline. It can have factions. It can have wars. It can have peace. Oh, that's a new one. A game that has peace. Hey, bring out the flower power. But it's not real world. It's virtual reality. It doesn't mean anything. It's fantasy. It has no power. Real world has power. And people crave power for some reason. God knows why. They can't even govern their own lives. I don't like humans. But that's beside the point. I like computers. They're simple. They can do 1 and 0. One day I'll make them do 2 as well. Can we see where we're going with this security now? If you want to be in a games club, if you want to develop games for the future, you want to go into business developing games, then you have to do one thing and one thing truthfully. You have to detach the real world from your game. You have to make your game in such a way that it has nothing to do with the reality. Your game will be independent of reality. Throw away the cash shop, bad idea. Not a bad idea, it was just awful. And it got everybody's backs up as well. Really bad. Possibly the worst development in the game industry ever. And yet it persists. Because they found they could make cash cows. Look at Albion Online. We looked at it, didn't we? It's a cash cow. It doesn't do anything. There's no game. It's all about the money. It's nothing to do with the game. Albion Online is being hacked. Breaking news, huh? I want to show you something about security. And this is a living lie. I'm going to show you a living lie. Okay? How do I get away with this? Okay. We will go for Solar. We'll go and get rid of this keyboard for a second. This matters. Matters big time. Ah, there it is. It's what I was looking at last night. Here we go. It's here. Can I just get the picture? Here we go. Okay, in 2019, September of 2019, an attack by hackers assumed to be based in Russia because they attacked the Americans. Americans have this thing about the Russians. I don't know what it is. It was reported as starting in September 2019, the Solarwinds Attack. I will go into it in great depth if you wish me to. I don't mind. I've done the research and know about it. There we go. December the 12th of 2020, somebody spotted it. Now, like I just said, Albion Online is now hacked. They don't know. I do. But it wasn't me. Okay, I'll admit it wasn't me. One year, 3 months later, 1.25 years later, somebody spotted it by accident. Not on purpose, not from a virus checker, not by looking at the code. not by working on the code, but by accident, because a device logged on to a this is quite funny, an American what do you call those things in America, security agencies network, a device logged on with a two-step authentication, which means that an authentication code was delivered to the mobile and used like you do with logging onto your bank, for instance. Yeah, we'll get to that. So two-step authentication, this mobile device, a phone, logged in to one of the intelligence agencies in America. Now, the person on the desk who glanced over or was watching the screen or doing something on the screen glanced at the incoming message of a logon and noticed that it was somebody they knew, and it was somebody that didn't work there anymore. The hackers made a mistake. They forgot to update their information and find out whether the person that they were logging on as, the user, was still employed there. That's what gave this operator, sat at a desk, this inkling of an idea that, that's a bit weird, wonder why he's logging on. So he gave the guy a call and said, "You're logging in, why? You don't work here anymore." And the guy said, "It isn't me." And that's how it was found out. Not through any fantastical piece of software discovering it, but by accident from an operator that just happened to know that the person had left that department, we'll call it. Now, Solarwinds Attack, I can go through how it works and everything if you really, really want me to, but I'm not going to right now. Solarwinds Attack is called a 0-day attack, which means that the software or the loophole in the software was created prior to anybody ever knowing about it. In actual fact, it wasn't a 0-day attack. It was a September the 20th, 2019 attack, because they injected code into the compiler, or at the compiler stage. When the SolarWinds is a company that makes the software. And of course, all their software goes through rigorous testing for loopholes, and goes through rigorous security testing before going to compilation. The code that allowed the backdoor to happen was then injected at compilation time. So it was after everything was tested. That's how they did it. Bit clever, don't you think? So their code was fine. Their compiler was totally compromised. You don't run a virus checker on your compiler very often, do you? And I bet anybody who ever watches this never has. That's how the SolarWinds attack happened. But this isn't the funny part. This isn't the funny part. This gave rise to something else, because the Solarwinds attack was devised and developed from something else, and the Chinese were working on that. This time I do know it's the Chinese, though. I don't think this Solarwinds attack was Russian, but the Americans do, and that's what counts in politics, so we'll leave it at that. They don't know who did it. Now it gets worse. That, by the way, affected mainly the American war machine. And a byproduct of it, the victims of it, were spread across America. Anybody who used the Solarwinds logging in to two-step authentication system was infected. It went out as a patch. Yes. It was injected at compile time in a patch, and that patch went out to people, and everybody who updated and patched their Solarwinds software was infected and had no idea. Clever. Let's back away from that. That was it's possibly one of the most serious attacks that's happened, but it's not the most serious attack that's happened recently. This was 2 years ago. No. 2 years ago. A couple of years back. What happened more recently? You need to know the background to understand how to protect yourself. Let's type in Microsoft Exchange. Let's try that one. 1 year ago. Do we have... Right, this is a 0-day attack, a real one. And it was using exactly the same idea as the Solarwinds. In fact, its similarity to the Solarwinds makes me believe that the backdoor that was placed within the Solarwinds compiler was actually a copy of the 0-day code from Microsoft Exchange. Now, Microsoft Exchange, I haven't got a timeline for this one, but it was recently. Well, it was last year, beginning of last year. What happened was somebody found a backdoor in the logon system for Microsoft Exchange, and before they did anything, they contacted Microsoft and gave them the information. They suspect that the hacks started three days prior to the information being given to Microsoft, which puts a little bit of focus on the people that found it. And they had an internal inquiry about that, obviously. But remember that slide I was looking at, that it happened, 1.25 years prior. This is a 0-day. Over 250,000, in those 3 days, over 250,000 machines. Microsoft Exchange, which is it has like a 50% market share in America for servers, for large company servers. big companies. We're talking 490, let me get this right. Was it 6 or 7? 496 or 7 of the top 500 companies in America on the Dow Jones Index have this installed as their server. Microsoft Exchange. They were all infected. Now, I think it's really clever of the hackers to only allow identification of the hacks that originated as soon as they realized something was afoot because somebody had been playing around with their code. They knew from somebody doing some research that somebody was looking at their code, and 3 days before it was found, they put some breadcrumbs out to be found. And that's the reason why Microsoft believe the hack started 3 days before it was discovered. Because that's what they were meant to believe. Don't tell Microsoft they've been had again, because I enjoy it when Microsoft gets had. They've wasted enough of my time. And they don't care about me, so I don't care about them. What does this mean, 0 day? It means that when the program Microsoft Exchange was originally developed, this bug was never found. It was an unknown bug. Nobody knew about it. And until just over a year ago, well, literally 1 year ago, nobody knew about it. Except somebody did. The hackers did. Can we have a wiki? Yeah, we can. This is going to shock you. Stable release is currently a 29 edition. Was hacked. It has been patched. No, sorry, that hack has been patched. Initial release. The hack was possible from the 11th of April 1996. It was patched on March the 3rd, 2021. And they're telling the world that the hack only started 3 days prior. Can you see a problem with this? The dates are wrong. The hacks started on April the 11th, 1996. There aren't 250,000 infected machines. Everyone was infected. They miscalculate the scale of a hack and the speed at which computers can work. They are trying to put the speed of hacking relative to the people hacking and use a timeline in that fashion. You can't. These are computers. They work a little tad faster than us humans. Every single Microsoft exchange on this planet has been hacked. What information do you have on Microsoft Exchange? I don't have any because I won't use Microsoft software. I'm lucky. Do you have Microsoft software? Interesting. How many years is that? Well, it's 4, 5, 25 years. 25 years, China has had access to all of the Microsoft Exchange servers on this planet. I'll let that sink in. And they're telling us, well, the Americans are telling us that only 250,000 were hacked. Yeah, right. Damage limitation, maybe. Microsoft not wanting to go down the tubes, which I think they deserve it from this one. I know how the hack works, but that's beside the point. The fact is, it happened. The dates? Theoretical. I can't prove that they were hacked on day one. But I know somebody bloody well tried. Trust me on that one. I know that as a fact. Why? Because I was there. And I wasn't in China at the time. Now, coming back to the security of our game, what makes all of this a problem? Firstly, the problem is all of these people wanted their applications to be secure, and they're not. That's fact. That has now been proven as fact. Theoretically, they have patched this insecurity. It doesn't mean that their software is now secure. It doesn't even mean their software is even more secure than it was the day previous to the patch. It just means that they believe that they have fixed the problem at hand. They haven't fixed the problem, they've just fixed the problem at hand. Now, that sentence has the word problem in it. The way to secure your game is not to have that problem. The only way you can have that problem is by trying to make your game secure. If you want to make your game secure, your game is doing something it shouldn't do. It should be a game. Games cannot be hacked. Why? Because there's nothing to hack. A game should not have a security layer, any kind of security whatsoever. There should be no reason for a game to even know who the player is in reality. There should be no reason for a game to require a password to log into it. Let that sink in. What has happened to the games industry? They've put a dirty great big target on their back and they're running down the back black alleys screaming, "Don't take my wallet." The Microsoft Exchange hack woke up a few corporations and woke up a few game industry corporations and said, who were saying, are we next? Oh, or were we first? They don't know. And this is a big lesson to a software developer. Firstly, how do you get investment back on something that you develop as a game? The answer is you do not ask the player for anything. You don't want them to pay for your development. You do not want a player of your game to ever feel that they owe you something except a big thanks for the fun that they've had playing that game. If you want financial recompense, then you can do something to your game that can be amazing because you asked the wrong question at the start. Where are we in here? We're in Vulkan. Okay. Where can we go for this one? That's AI. That's the mouse. Okay, we'll go over here then. We'll go somewhere over here. I want to keep this slightly separate. There is a branch of game development which I don't research, and I never have. Here we go. You're going to love it. You're going to love it, and you're going to love the reasons why. Because the people who did the research got it wrong, obviously. And I wasn't going to tell them that. It's their business, not mine. Monetization of a game. How do you get paid for it? Come on. I've told you what you can't do. You can't have anything in reality attached to your game. Or can you? What is the biggest business on the planet? And don't say it's Microsoft, because it isn't. Thank you, Poppy. You knew the answer. Aww. The cat just answered it. I'm going to answer it for you, and I'm going to let you think about it. I'm not going to show you any research or anything, but it's going on the research board, because you should. Have I spelled that right? I don't know. I think so. Is your answer? Who pays for the development? If you have an MMO, subscription-based, for instance, and you get 1 million players and you get all of this money coming in, and then people realise that your game's a load of trash and go away, what happens to your game? It loses money. And eventually dies. How does advertising work? Ask YouTube. Yeah, I know the answer to that one. Yeah. YouTube is free. It's also one of the biggest businesses that took off for doing things like streaming. It went from humble beginnings. Twitch came along and didn't come from humble beginnings, sort of. Well, yeah, sort of did. But already had a knowledge of how their business model was going to happen. YouTube's business model copied that of the television and broadcasting companies. And it became very successful. Immensely successful. And earns revenue far outstripping any role-playing game. Any game that's ever been made, probably. Because all of those games have wanted you to pay for them. YouTube's success is that it's free. And in fact, you can be paid for using it. The same with Twitch. The same model. Why is this not used in games? Why did those researchers go for the cash cow? What's this in-game purchase garbage about? In truth. When all they have to do is sell advertising space. I'm looking at you, League of Legends. You sell advertising space. In your game. I spotted it. I wasn't looking for it, I just happened to notice it the other day. Whilst passing by one of their videos. League of Legends has a viewership which is higher than... This is why I was looking at, by the way. I was looking at the viewerships. Higher than Ashman Gold. I don't know if I can get this on screen or not. We might be able to. This is research. This is actual real-world research. Who's up? Who's up? Who's up? We've got somebody at 62k. We've got somebody at 62k. League of Legends is not massively popular. Can we get off this a minute? Whoops.
Up against at least a Bacchus on the other side. And you were just talking last game, it was banned.
Bit of an advert there if you smite whilst I'm looking at these numbers. So in the evenings, when Ashman Gold has been online with around 50k viewers on Twitch, I noticed that League of Legends at the same time was getting 50% more viewers, around 75,000. I've noticed that other ones, like the car one with the ball, Rocket League, gets higher viewership than League of Legends. So these recommended channels are here because I've been looking at numbers. And I needed to find the 50k ones for the comparisons. Why are the 50k ones working? It's not so I can develop my own channel, I don't care. I have no reason to develop a channel. If people want to join this community, they may freely do so, and I will be very, very happy to chat with you. I have no problems with that. I hate humans. I don't hate the community. You may be humans, but you want to learn, you want to do something. If you are interacting with me here on this channel, then you are possibly in the select group of humans that I will interact with. There really isn't a lot. That group of people isn't very high. In fact, this community is probably the highest number, biggest percentage of the people I will interact with. Now, all said and done, advertising. Smite game.
Have a rough time positioning on this Shimojo with the Daji out there, obviously having to go into the purification beats. It doesn't get pulled every time.
Where are you?
Let's be honest, Phantom's not missing.
Where's the advertising?
So,
You're a game.
Pretty sick riptide jukes. I think you're going to be getting pulled back in. So
Spot problem.
just to take that away, but it looks like we are going to see the Rama, which
Sorry, I can't keep going with it because it's, I believe it might be illegal usage of somebody else's video. I don't know. I'm not a legally beagly type of person. I don't need to be. There's your answer. So if you have a game in which you can put advertising, you don't need to ask your player for any money. Advertising is one of the biggest, no, it is the biggest industry on the planet. Interesting. That includes money, should I say. Money to... How can you put it? Yeah, never mind. It's complex. How would you do that? You want to write a game. How would you do that? If you're doing a platform game, well, you've got platforms, haven't you? And the side of the platforms is looking out of the screen at the viewer, so the viewer can see the platforms. You can advertise on there. You've got this square, which you've probably put a texture on of bricks or rocks or grass or whatever. Why not put a texture on there that's an advert? I am allowed to do this one. I'll show you something. Let's think about the RPG, shall we? A role-playing game. EVE Online. It's a role-playing game. This is the biggest, most hilarious mistake of all time. Play now. I don't care about my account. If you want to hack it, you can have it. I'm going to show you something. Okay, you'll do. Just log in. And when you log into EVE, you log into your space station. In your pretty ship. Very pretty ship. I like this ship. It's my favourite ship of all time, I think, now. I want to play it, but I know not to. What's this? What's at the top of the screen here? Let's go out into space. Let's undock. This is a space station. What's that over there? Let's go and have a look. Better speed up or else we'll never get there in time for Christmas. It's not a slow ship, thank God. What's this? What on earth is that? Unravel the mystery. Fight the virus. This is a real world virus, by the way. You can actually join a citizen science community within EVE called Project Discovery, which you can then help real life, real world researchers research the virus that we've just had, or are having. That's the only real world one there is, though. Look at the rest. Look at what they're advertising. These are not real adverts. These are fictional storyline adverts. You will see products advertised here that you can buy within game for within game money. There is no external advert here for anything. Big mistake, Eve. You missed the boat on that one, didn't you? It was originally placed into the game to make space more interesting and to help the background plot of what was happening in the vast empires, spread news. Lidi, an NPC corporation, makes ships, or no, does research. It's a faction that does research. NPC corporation. Nothing to do with players. Nothing to do with the real world. Ah, an Abaddon. I haven't bought one of those yet. Yeah. Look at the quality. The quality has been done on purpose in those kind of generic lines. It doesn't need those generic lines. It's been done that to give it like a holographic effect. And it works very well. It fits in with the surroundings. And it's very good. There's no sound, obviously. As there's no sound in space, theoretically. Although there is. In actuality. It's just that people are told that there isn't, there's no air or something. Well, sound doesn't need air to be there. So, how can you advertise in a role-playing game? Quaif. Now in Apple, Quaif is famous. It's the in-game beer that you will drink whilst flying your spaceship. It doesn't do anything. You can't actually buy it in-game. It's not an item. I don't know, it can drop. You can trade it. It doesn't do anything. It's not got a buff. It's not got a stat. It's not got anything. It's just a trading item on the markets. NPC markets at that. Look at the gorgeousness of it. And you're telling me that people have to pay to play a game? Nah. I think we can do better. I think you could do better. In the real world, we don't have these science fiction type holographic image boards. What do we have? We have billboards with a static picture on it. Well, that's just a texture that you can load up into a game. Or just a straight picture that you can load up into a game. It can be advertising anything. You might want to put in some PG, parent, guided rules about the content of the picture. But there's nothing stopping you, Mr. Games, you cash cows out there. There's nothing stopping you from closing that goddamn awful shop, putting all of those things in the bin, and advertise instead. And keep your game free to play and actually put some bloody content in it. That's fun to play. You can see that I'm a bit brassed off about the human condition and money. But it's not because I don't have any, it's because I don't need any.
Docking permission requested. Docking requested.
Basically I don't care about those things anymore. I learned not to care. I don't care about things that don't care about me. I have no reason to do so. And I can tell you now, as a free piece of advice after this security check, that if you are worried about money, just bear in the back of your mind that that money is not worried about you. I'll let that sink in. Interesting, huh? Why did EVE Online not advertise real-world things? Because they never had to. Originally, when EVE Online came out, it was by subscription. And they had, on average, 70 to 100,000 players online consistently at all times. Fluctuating between actually it was about 60 to 100,000 fluctuation at all times on one big server. And at around about £5 a month, that's not a bad income. That's not including the casual players, who there were a million or so of. World of Warcraft started the same way. World of Warcraft never advertised either. Name games that do. League of Legends. We've got one. If you look at the map of League of Legends, there are banners sometimes placed around the map and on the walls, and there are sometimes, not all the time, sometimes adverts on them for real world products. Like beer. I like those adverts. I like adverts for beer. What do you think, Poppy? Do you not think it would answer a lot of the problems if they just stopped doing the stupid thing that they're doing and got rid of the login requirement? Yeah, you're saying, but you've got to have a secure login, otherwise people can take your account. As I just said, my EVE account doesn't matter to me. It's not worth anything to me. I don't need a login for EVE. Do I? So that is your next part of the security quiz. How do you log in? Something to think about. There you go. So, I've given you the answer. If you are in the business for creating games, not applications. Applications are a different ball game. I will answer that completely differently. Applications are a different beast. Games are for fun. Should be aimed and directed at fun. Winning, losing. You could even make losing fun if you cared about it that much. One of the biggest problems I've got about online shops in games is that you are asking players who are in a game of a certain quality to say they like the game and are willing to part with their cash to progress in that game more comfortably. I'm not going to say pay to win. More comfortably. Pay to win is a different beast within that genre. What are they actually buying? They are buying pixels on a screen. What is advertising? It is a company wishing to push their product forward and say our product is good by purchasing and paying for space in which they can put either a picture, a moving picture or whatever, a space in reality which can touch upon a number of people in whatever way. A number of viewers, I would call it. I think advertising relies on views. I think it's measured in views. That's possibly a good metric for advertising. Whereas the cash shop is a metric, will give you a metric on the stupidity of the human being who will pay for pixels, which are nothing. Where advertising is the business of paying for space. They're not paying for nothing. They are paying for space, which is viewed. In-game cash shops are reliant upon the stupidity of people to buy something that doesn't exist. At all. You could call it a virtual space, but you'd be wrong. It doesn't exist. Those pretty skins that you can put on your character, they don't actually exist. In reality. And that's my problem with the cash cows. They rely on human stupidity to not understand that they are paying for something that doesn't exist. The downloading of a game, Steam is doing it. Look. You're paying for something that doesn't exist. $49.99. There you go. Add to cart. Then what happens? You go to a download page and you download it. You don't get anything for your £49.50. But you get a program. No, you don't. You have no rights to that program. You are not allowed to change that program. You're not allowed to do anything with that program except play it. You can run it and that's it. You have no rights to the intellectual data contained within that program. Which is why we have copyright problems if I'm viewing, like, even this here. I'm not supposed to have that here, even though it's an advert. Because I have no right to that property. It's intellectual property and has value in real life. You're not even buying that. When if games first came out, you at least got a piece, an item in your hand, a real physical item, a disc. You were paying for that piece of disc. What that disc contained, you had no rights to. And you still don't have any rights to. It's a hangover from those days that we still don't have the rights to whatever that data is. But I've just turned around and said, you should have the rights to that data. It should be open source. You should have the full program available to you for free, without no copyright little circle in the bottom left hand side saying, it's mine. I'm looking at you, Microsoft Windows. Microsoft Windows has sold us Microsoft Windows over and over and over and over again. It's the same program, the same intellectual software, renamed over and over again. The reason that people have blindly been stupidly getting it is because it comes with free it comes free on a machine. Well, it doesn't. You pay for Windows within the cost of the machine. It's part of the package. Without Windows, the machine costs less. What do you get in return? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And they make you pay for it again. And again, and again. You don't buy Windows once. And that is the business structure of Microsoft. It relies on the stupidity of people to realize that they are buying nothing over and over again. It is the same marketing ploy as the cash cow on free-to-play shops. It is the exact same money-grabbing, bad word, bad word, bad word, bad word, bad word, beep shenanigans that has been going on in computing for a long, long time. To the point now where it's accepted. I'm ashamed to say, and I was part of that. That is the true legacy which I leave unto you, lovely youngsters. The true legacy and the reality of the state of computing today. The reality which I would prefer is this one. Where we no longer have to pay. But then Steam, what would happen to Steam? It would collapse. Yeah, so? It's just a distribution system. The other one's the music industry, by the way, if you want to know the other one that compares to this. They're on the same route. In fact, no, I think they're caught up now, haven't they? Audio books, that's going the same way. That was interestingly mentioned at the beginning. Yeah, the world is moving down the path that the game industry for computers took. And that's the truth. The reason is it makes business sense to the people in those industries, as they don't know any better. Industries will only take on a business model that is proven to work, because they are not willing to risk their money, yes, their money, on stupid ideas that might not. And yet, the most successful idea has been ignored. Interesting, isn't it? And you thought I was a programmer, huh? I'm a heller's light. I'm just an old man that's seen it all. AI. I've got a new picture for that. My mind was working on it a couple of nights ago when I was doing nothing else except getting bored. I think I've dealt with security now. And I think I'm going to show you exactly how much security I will place in a game. None whatsoever. Logging on. Keep that in the back of your minds. I've said already that the whole design for what I'm doing here within this Rana base is, figuratively speaking, because it's not an actuality yet, it's an idea. Figuratively speaking, when this gets towards its final stages, it will become a layer that goes over your operating system, which means you will be able to access any program on your operating system from within Midnight, within your whatever world you design with it, for 2D platformer all the way through to a 3D spectacular role-playing game. And at no point will there ever be one file that mentions security. That layer will have, in the similar manner in which Windows operates, well, I'm saying similar but not quite the same. We will be running a server locally for services. One of those services will be to attach to a game server out on a different machine, not locally in other words, but remotely, which can offer a persistent game world, a persistent dynamic game world. The local server will give you your own private game world, well, not game world, but world in which you can operate your system. Basically, it will put a website layer on top of your operating system, but in 3D. So you will be placed within a 3D website which you own on your own machine, which you can do anything you like with. Therefore, you need access to the code. And that's why it's free and it's open source. You can design it how you want. But when you want to play, let's say, the game, your local website will deal with the rules. Well, some of them anyway. But the actual game will be held, and the world will be held on a remote server, which you don't have access to, which you don't alter. Or, well, you can alter it by playing it, as it will be dynamic. What I am basically saying is, welcome to the 3D internet. What is the biggest business on the internet today? Advertising. What have I just said? And there lies the conclusion of today's little talk. I think we went on a bit too long, actually. Thank you for that. What's our next steps in here? I think we have nearly enough to start thinking about the graphics properly, and to start our first step into making our first 3D website. Whoops, sorry, world, scene, whatever you want to call it. Interesting, huh? Do I really want it on research? I'm going to keep it on here because I might be adding something off. I'm trying not to add offline. It's very difficult for me because I keep forgetting things. I'll do my best not to add to this offline. But what we're doing next is the buffers. That was it, buffers. And it's not on this screen. Ah, here we go. So that's where we're up to from today. Good. That's our start point for the weekend. And I have a talk on Sunday to give for role-playing games and the state of role-playing games today, which has nothing to do with monetization. It has nothing to do with security. It has to do with the base definition of how we can define a role-playing game for a computer program. And that to me is very interesting because it doesn't exist at the moment, and the definition that exists at the moment isn't a role-playing game, it's just a combat emulator. And quite a lot of rubbish ones at that. But anyway, Dark Souls is a good combat emulator, I believe. My favourite one is Guild Wars 2. I think the combat style in Guild Wars 2 is possibly something that I would like to look towards. If I can achieve anything close to what they've achieved with that combat system, which is very fluid, then I can design our interactions upon that. And interactions is also something we have to look at. Can we do that yet? No, we need our first scene. Then we can do interactions. And we're not talking combat. Right. Done. Questions? Any? What do you think, Poppy? Was that a good one? I don't know if that was a good talk or not, and I don't know if anybody was interested in it, and I'm not really sure if it will ever make any impact upon what is happening to the future computing. Maybe somebody one day will look at it and go, oh Jesus, I'd never thought of that. I'm just hoping. Just hoping. Even if I'm not still around, I'm hoping that video will one day be seen by somebody who will take it up and carry that torch forward. It would be nice. Because I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to do it. Because that's the way I am. Right, it's this mouse. Okay, we can get rid of that mouse. Lovely. Alright. So, we've done some programming. We've got golden code. We do now understand that pathing it needs a solution of QURL because of the way we're going to be programming other things later on. We understand that our buffering has to be done in a certain way because of mouse picking, has an influence upon what we're going to do. As we go into buffering tomorrow, it's going to get very, very interesting, very fast, but it's probably going to be a research weekend. As we go into graphics next week to do the actual programming side of it, because I can't program in it without the system. I just can't do it. It would be impossible for me to do it that way. I can't just. I know the system. I know what I want, but I won't be able to program it until I have it in front of me and not in my head. I need it out of my head. I need it on screen. I need to research it properly and make sure that we do a pass 1. We then clean up the code on pass 2. And we then polish that code on pass 3 to make it golden. If we can achieve that over the next week, God help us all. Take care, peeps. I hope there was enough sarcasm with today and that you had fun listening. It's said, isn't it? Yeah, there's the shortcut. There it is. Just remember, it's not always about the money. It's about the fun.